Okay, yeah. So, sorry about that. And we will get to the writing. Slowly. It was my first sort of relaxation day in like 2 weeks. Had a bunch of shit to do. Went out for lunch and had a nice little hot pot. So what? Oh, Yakoba? What is the random thought? Nice. I hope you enjoy. Oh, that reminds me. I. Please. After done. Yeah. Technically, one isn't being used at the moment, but when I reopen Obsidian, it just opens alongside this one, so whatever. Yeah. Hard drive. I don't. I plan on eventually having a local cloud, but I don't feel like paying for a remote cloud, so. And I don't trust Google. Um, mm, um, I think Twitch does have an option, but it's only if you are a partner. Something like that. Also, it would probably require me to have a separate GPU for encoding. So yeah, until and unless I can afford a streaming PC, it's probably not going to be a big thing. There's not going to be a thing for me to stream in 4K. Um, Um, hmm, let's see. Hmm, hmm, hmm. No, I'm using a Radeon AI 9700. My old 3090 started falling apart, and given how much I use my computer, and given how much the price spiked around January, I very quickly, right at the end of December, ran out and picked up a new GPU right around the new year. No, it's new, but I expect it to more or less last a few years. And I still have the 3090 as a emergency backup, as well as possibly going into my um server once prices go down and I can actually afford to build that. But yeah. Mhm. The deny so the even the week long wait had become gonna after the and sleep early. Mm, yeah, you're coming in a little bit. it would at least they would be able to get through a few iterations of the armor. There were actually nice. Boba is playing Deltarune, and there is a weird route. And he's saying that he finally beat Chapter 2 of the weird route. Let me think. Oh, hold on. Swords and sorcery, no level caps. Baldur's Gate has level caps, so let me think. Baldur's Gate 3 is single player. Cyberpunk has a deal going on right now, but that's not swords and sorcery. You might like a JRPG, given that you said you don't like level caps. So, one of the Final Fantasies might be good for you. Cyberpunk is kind of open world, but yeah, JRPG is Japanese RPG. It's basically a specific style of RPG that has like a lot of grinding, a lot of like big numbers get bigger kind of situation. There's a remake of Final Fantasy VII that's currently on sale on Steam. Persona 3 is currently pretty cheap. Same with Persona 5. But yeah, I think you'd like a Final Fantasy game. I think that's the easiest one to recommend right now. Beyond that, it depends a lot on what specifically you're looking for. It's sort of like urban fantasy, but yeah, there's a lot of magic powers and stuff. There's also Kingdom Hearts, if you haven't played that yet. I've heard good things about Octopath Traveler. I believe that's like semi-strategy already. Oh, Dragon Quest is supposed to be really good for that kind of thing, so maybe you can try Dragon Quest 9. That is also on sale. It's the one that Akira Toriyama did the art for the original ones, not for the more recent ones. Hmm. Hmm. Um, Okay. Um. Sounds read or including restarting armor production following. I've heard good things about it, yeah. Though I've also heard that like some of the turn-based stuff is not quite what a lot of Final Fantasy players are used to. But overall, I heard it's pretty good. um, 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 restart. Including there was going to be a lot of rebuilding after with some focus on the middle, given how badly previous goals had the carbon kind of. Their local armor production. Need armor production. We need carbon. Yep. Yeah, the spring sale is going on. That's why I recommended it. Hmm. 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 Yeah. Um. Okay. To locally use a number of email same of the the hub package were all they were ready. Object. Yeah, that's kind of messy. 'Cause, 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 'cause It's not that, right? Sometimes there is. It's not like the literal translation of the words, but it's the meaning. But I can understand if Final Fantasy VII went past that. Hmm. Um, hmm. Uh, maybe. Uh, hmm. Mm, yeah. I mean, it's a remake, so the polish is kind of where the value is. For priority given technically other parts that it was one of the key armor key inputs for armor that was still handled. Hmm. Or the hmm. Actually, used to be uh, hours, 48 hours. then just do it in stages. Like, there's nothing saying you need to finish it all in one go. Nope. I don't need it. Yeah. Mm. 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 Uh, uh, um, 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 use the become the had make um, well, no, it shouldn't be. I'm just kind of I've been being able to progress. And even with the jump completed, all that meant was yet another painful. While, hey Chandu, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. I'm currently just working on building up my backlog for Marching Across the Inner Sphere, a story that I have created in order to test the March of Civilization, which is the writing prompt / tool that I have created. And yeah, I have fixed things in the March as recently as yesterday, so the testing is going well, and people seem to be liking the story. So quite glad to hear that. While Jin had managed to figure out and the had managed to advance the calculations for in jumps to the point that was quite reliable with big information. I have been enjoying my time with CashOS for, say, at least so far. It's been quite a nice experience. I've even mostly managed to get my VTuber setup kind of cleared out through there. I just need to go through and do a bunch of stuff to clean things up. And technically, if I really wanted to, I would just need to like hunker down for for a few weeks and finish Broadcast Butler, and I would be able to switch over to Linux. That is, and with that, completely remove my need for Windows. But like, I've been enjoying it, but then again, I also have a very specific experience with CashOS, right? Like, I am mainly like a web content consumer. I read stuff. I like watch videos. There are a few games I play, but like they're all within the bounds of like the Steam Deck validated stuff, which means it's all good with Proton. Like the Proton compatibility rating for all of them is high. Other than that, I stream, but I do that on Windows right now. So at some point, I'll need to do like a few test streams to confirm that. But I've been enjoying CashOS a lot. Granted, I am also quite familiar with like low-level computer system stuff. I've had to troubleshoot stuff that I would not trust people less experienced with computers to do. Like, I'm currently in the process of working on an alternative to VTube Studio for my models and stuff. And, well... like, it's getting to the point where I will need to... it's getting to the point... Like, that required, like, a lot of troubleshooting. It took me, like, 2 days of, like, digging through systems and getting everything sorted. But at the end of the day, I kind of enjoy that stuff. I like being more aware of how my computer works. I like working in the command line, all of that stuff. I got that GPU specifically because I wanted to, like, actually use AI so I can speak about it from a place of experience. I'd say it's good. It's technically good enough if you are, like, if you're avoiding anything too complicated. But I think programming stuff, writing stuff, I did some image generation, I did, like, I don't really do chatbot stuff, right? That's kind of lame. But I've done like coding experiments. Some things were kind of okay. I've got a few of them. I think the highest I've run locally is 3.5 billion. I think I've also run 7 billion as well. But yeah. Actually, hold on, let me check something. What is the... I run... So I through Olama, I mainly run Quen at the moment. But I've also been running... I've also been running... Where's the list of models? GLM 47 Flash. Oh, that's 30 billion. Yeah. They come at a reasonable speed. Like, if the context gets too big, then it's a little slow. But in terms of just, like, chatting kind of things, it's pretty good. Technically, it's like self-managing. Yeah, as long as your PC can handle it. But yeah, I might have to explore a couple more models, but maybe Nematron or something, that would be nice. But, But, thing is, what I found is that, like, it takes a lot of effort to make... I mean, that depends on your GPU, right? I have a 32 gig VRAM GPU. Like, that's why I ran out and got it last minute. So yeah, 5050 is, I think, an 8 gigabyte GPU, so you'd probably want to stick with something fairly low power, like, yeah. So, for an 8 gig GPU, I'd say probably, like, one of the llamas, like something around 3 billion at most, I'd say. Even that might be a bit too big. But yeah. Like, I know I tried to run like a video generation model, and yeah, that thing just crashed Comfy UI when I was messing around with that. Mm. 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 Yeah, I would guess one of those would work. Like, I'd say give it a shot. Like, worst things that happens is Olama just crashes, but yeah. Kind of. Yeah, Llama 3 should work. But the thing is, what the bigger parameters usually means is it's just trained on a larger amount of data. And that technically means better answers, but at the same time, like, I've found that it's, like, honestly, the problem with AI for me is that it's so hard to get it to produce anything that's, like, actually quality. Like, if I care about what I'm doing, that kind of precludes it from ever actually doing something worthwhile for me. Like, I've used AI a couple of times for work shit, for, like, writing reports and stuff. And, like, because I don't care about it, I can look at the responses and go, it looks good enough. But, like, the moment I start writing about anything even remotely decent, like, I chose this, like, little Xiangxia project that I was experimenting. No, I honestly, I very much doubt that the current architecture for AI models, or, like, LLMs and shit, I sincerely doubt that will ever get to the level of human intelligence. Because, like, LLMs are very much restricted to one mode of information processing. It can handle semantic patterns in, like not even semantic patterns, like patterns in data. But that's not really the way people think, right? You would need some kind of, like, multi-layer processing, and I mean, yes, but the thing is, like, sure, new content is being released to the internet, right? But just because you throw more data at an LLM doesn't mean that it's getting significantly better, right? We're already starting to see reductions in, like, what do you call it? Diminishing returns. We're starting to see diminishing returns in AI performance. Like, we've been seeing it for the last year. Like, I'm comparing Quen 3 versus Quen 3.5, or, like, a bunch of other models. And it's, like, marginally better. It's, like, maybe 5-10% better. Honestly, sometimes I just switch back to Quen 3 from... I switch back to Quen 3.5 from the 70 billion model that I was talking about earlier. And... no, the people who are creating it have plenty of funds to continue. The problem is that, just like every other technology in existence... oh, let me get Paint open and I'll show you something. So, every single technology in existence starts off like... so every single technology in existence will start off really, really slow, right? It'll improve very slowly. Actually, meh. Okay. So every single technology in existence will start off super slowly, right? It'll be improving little by little until there is a breakthrough, right? At this point, someone figures out a way to make things better, and like there is a clear path forward. At which point, suddenly you see a big jump. This big jump was like 2022, 2023. That's when this happened. This is like middle of last year. So next you see this improvement starts to fall off. And then things level off. And then maybe down the line we get another one of these big bumps as they find some other optimization. Right? That's how every single technology works. Like, think about batteries, think about motors, think about like CPU CPUs, think about RAM, think about storage, think about like search algorithms, think about video encoding, think about compression, think about like all sorts of different things. So the thing is, basically every single technology follows this cycle where there is a period at which things stay stable. Like if we continue this backwards from before we started, so we have a period of stability, right? Where things are good enough and people are just kind of working on it occasionally. We have, we think we might have figured out something. Oh, here's where we actually figured out something. Oh no, now now the thing that we were doing to make things better is not getting significantly better. Like, think about drones. Here's another one. Think about drones. Remember there was like that period of time where drones were first becoming a thing? Like back in 2015 or whatever? Where all of a sudden there were drones everywhere. And then just kind of leveled off. That's where, like, if you buy, or like phones, think about what happened when the iPhone happened, right? When the iPhone happened, every single year there was an appreciable upgrade in the capabilities of your phone, right? And then if you think about the last 5-10 years of phones, like realistically, it doesn't matter if you bought your phone last year or this year or the year before. You really need to get like 4 or 5 years before like your phone is significantly better. And realistically, a lot of that is just component degradation, right? It's the fact that your phone is 5 years old, not that it is a 5 years older design. That means your phone is like more or less capable. The way I see it, everything I've seen, and I have done several AI projects for work, so I am more than aware of how this goes, is I personally believe that we are over here. This is where we are in the AI hype cycle, to the best of my knowledge. Like, actually, we're somewhere from here to here, like in this range, is where we are. There might be some more minor benefits, but this is, I think, where we are when it comes to LLM improvements. Because I'm starting to see less and less benefits. I'm starting to see they're starting to get to the point where they're like inventing use cases. And even then, right? Even then, people are like absolutely not caring about it. I mean, not really. That's not guaranteed. That's when I said maybe there will be another spike like this in the future. Yeah, I just have my normal EQ. But yeah, if you think about it, the idea of this spike happening again in the future is not guaranteed. All I said is, hey, once we are at some point, we will eventually, like, things will level off, and then maybe one day we will find a breakthrough that'll allow some advancement. Maybe. We don't know. At all. Like, there's some interesting research that's, like, into simulating fly brains, as well as, like, entirely different model architectures. Things that could theoretically make models way more efficient to run on smaller, on smaller architectures, things like that. So there's a bunch of stuff that's interesting there. So it's like, but at the end of the day, I am personally of the belief that we are within to. What do you mean compressor? You mean like the stream compression? I'm not doing anything about there. Why? Like, sure, there's some advancement there, but like, end of the day, I know I have a compressor in my EQ, but that's it. Anyways, so, honestly, like, to me, the thing about the whole quote-unquote AI era is that like, the only thing it really does, like, there are very few people using AI well, in my opinion. There is the commercial cash grabs, which are basically people, like, big companies trying to save money. Yeah, honestly, that's the biggest problem I see, right? No, yeah, Google is doing a good job because it's like Google is making profit because of their other shit, and because they also invested in like dedicated tensor processing nodes and whatever, yada 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 yada. But OpenAI has been every AI company, if you take the AI section of their business in isolation, has been hemorrhaging money. Like, Amazon has been hemorrhaging money on their AI. It's just the fact that they are on AWS, and AWS has been making money as a provider for AI services that they haven't been hemorrhaging money. ChatGPT, OpenAI has been hemorrhaging money. XAI has been hemorrhaging money. Google's AI, like, if you take the AI section in isolation, has been hemorrhaging money. Friggin' Llama's Facebook's been hemorrhaging money. Quen basically died. DeepSeek, I don't know what's up with DeepSeek. What do you call it? There's like all these different companies that are trying to do with AI. They're all losing shit tons of money. Quen, like the Alibaba, the company that owns the labs that was creating Quen, they put in a new manager for that section, and he basically tore apart Quen because he wanted to look good. Because the big advancements and like the big progress for Quen was done under previous management, so it didn't make him look good for Quen to be succeeding without his input. So he kind of tore apart Quen. Hopefully the actual guys, like the actual talent behind that, I mean, that's not the official reason given, right? That is the reason that people have been able to kind of pick out based on various information that's coming out, that's being pieced together. But the general impression is that there was a management change, and new management did not like the way that Quen was being run, and they wanted to be able to take more credit for AI progress at Alibaba. So they basically tore apart the heavily integrated team that was working at Quen previously. Yeah. Like, hopefully the other companies like ZAI and a few more in China continue to do good work. But yeah. But yeah, like, at least in my opinion, at least in my opinion, AI tech has not yet and will not get to the point where it can replace a skilled human, regardless of what these AI companies are trying to sell you on. Which means that you can only ever use them for jobs where the skill ceiling is low. Because, like, I've tried generating AI art. It's super irritating to get something that is, like, actually in line with your vision. Like, there are some interesting applications, like when I'm trying to figure out certain things, but so the thing about it is, anybody who says anyone who says that AGI will happen in 5 to 6 years is absolutely idiotic. Right? I mean, technically, there could be something else that happens, but you're not going to get AGI by shoving more data in an LLM. If another technology comes along and they do like an entirely new architecture for like AI training and everything else, then maybe we get AGI. Maybe. But it will have nothing to do with the current AI systems. Because at the end of the day, you can't be general with an LLM. LLMs are language models. They work based on stochastic patterns in data. Therefore, inherently, LLMs can only reproduce patterns they have already seen. The fact that language has certain patterns in it means that that's pretty good for generating text. Code's also got some pretty reasonable patterns. But at the end of the day, you are not going to get effective... No, it isn't. The human brain is not 100 trillion parameters. I don't know where you got that from. The human brain does not work like an LLM. I don't know which imbecile decided to come up with that. No. The human brain does not work like that. There's like 7 different layers of many different layers of correlated signaling that happens in a brain. There is like hormonal signaling, there's electrochemical signaling, there's like multiple different pathways. So neurons constantly adapt. There is no way that you can directly equate a brain to an LLM, because they are fundamentally different. Like, you could go for different architectures, like the what do you call it? Like, I believe it's called a predictive model or something like that. But there are other AI model architectures that are theoretically more similar to the way that a brain works, but LLMs are not it. So, you cannot say that, hey, a 100 trillion parameter model is equivalent to a human brain. No, that is stupid. I don't know who gave you that idea, but LLM model, say LLMs and brains work very differently. The only way that an LLM could replicate something approaching like human intelligence is if it's somehow, I don't know, like what do you call it? Hold on, the mic is closer to me than usually is, so let me try something. I'm just gonna knock my what do you call it? Knock my gain down a little bit so that you have a little bit better. There we go. Okay, anyways. Do we have yeah, you can send it to me. It just won't show up on screen. So I can still see it. But yeah. So LLMs work in a fundamentally different way from the human brain. What LLMs do is they analyze a bunch of data, figure out a massive pattern that represents the way that yeah, don't worry, I got it. Okay, do we have any credentials on this guy? Apparently it was written by Francesco Di Lalo. Who is this guy? He's a lawyer. You're trusting a lawyer. You are trusting a lawyer to talk about neurophysiology and AI technology and computer science. Daman. That's it. That's some research. But yeah. Point is, anyways. Point is, LLMs and human brains work in a very different way. From the most recent approximations of a human brain suggest that human brains are closer to multiple different models working, like multiple different systems working together, some that predict positive outcomes, some that predict negative outcomes, and these all interrelate to create different different evaluations of the situation and synthesize an output. The only way an LLM would be able to replicate like human level intelligence is if it could somehow create a create a perfect analysis of the mental thought processes of a human being and use that to generate the patterns of thought that a human would be using. Does that make sense? So that is the only way something like an LLM would be able to achieve something akin to human thought. Even then, it probably wouldn't be the exact same thing. It would be getting to roughly the same place via a completely different path. So, end of the day, LLMs are probably never going to end up in AGI territory. I don't care what some Silicon Valley tech bro has sold you. LLMs are a technology that has some actually legitimate good uses. They have actually, Zed, they have. They did it to a fly just recently. I mean, it's less an actual mind and more a kind of interactive snapshot. Like, it can't learn or anything, can't form new memories or anything. But they have scanned an entire fly's brain, put it into a computer, and are simulating its responses to various stimuli. And because of it, they're able to, like, analyze the way that a fly's brain works. And Salman, when you think about this, we have only just managed to simulate a fly, a bloody insect. It is going to say we are nowhere near. I mean, that's kind. Say, we're nowhere near doing that to you, but I mean, it's less. It's less like uploading a thought to the cloud. Well, I guess. Wait, what do you mean? Upload a thought to the cloud? I need to clarify this before I give you an answer. Hmm. Uh, Hope you enjoy. Oh, so yeah, basically, it's the equivalent of taking a photo, like, so when I say it's like, it can only respond to stimuli, it's more along the lines of having having a book that has every single response that every single reaction that a fly would give to a specific action. Like, the current simulations do not include any sort of new memory formation or any sort of like learning or anything like that. So it is a fly's like the fly up to the point where it died. Well, up to the point where it was scanned. Like, they destructively scanned the brain and yada 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 yada. Uh. Yeah, that's my thoughts on AI. It is actually kind of useful in certain situations. There are things that I've tried with it, and they're like some places where I've actually seen some like pretty impressive results, right? But anytime I try and do something that I want a very specific, like I have a vision for something, it is so hard to make it follow that vision. Yeah, like I tried to again, I have been using Olama with some local AIs for the last little over a month at this point. So like I'm getting a better idea of how to control it and how to like work on that thing, like how to structure projects around using it, all of that stuff. And I recognize that probably some of the more advanced models that I can't run locally might be better. But the thing is, in order to make what you want with this, it either has to be a fairly common output, aka something the model has already been trained on. Things like web forms, making basic websites, doing stuff like that. or it needs to be um what's it called? Or it needs to be um within the scope of or it needs to be something you don't care about enough that you can just kind of accept the weird way that the AI is going to go about things. Let's see. Even between the recharge time for jumps and um uh, mm, let's see. Doing decently. I went out for the day. Had some hot pot. Um, Planning a trip in May. Just got leave for that. Got like a lucky slot where um I got a lucky slot where I was able to like most effectively use my vacation days from work. So I'll be traveling for a while. Most likely going to see if I can do like a travel setup at some point. I think my laptop should be able to handle dual streaming. So maybe I'll do some like music production because I've been messing around with GarageBand's MIDI stuff. And that should be light enough that I can do it even while traveling. Mm. The risk with that level of and the lack of existing knowledge on KF theory. Meant that no one was able to that level capability was Well, perhaps not as bad as. Well, perhaps not as bad as the improved jump frequency. But yeah, I am quite concerned about the giant like this. There's a lot of stuff that goes into the economics of like these giant AI companies, and like not all of it is great. I don't normally eat dinner, so I did not. I just had a big lunch. It's the max, whatever it is, because it doesn't let me go above a certain point. $30 apparently. Well, perhaps not as bad as the improved. I mean, I guess for some people, maybe. Honestly, I don't know. Yeah, but the thing is, I account for that in the size of, in the way I'm sitting and the size of my screen, right? For me, the screen is already at a readable line length. If I can easily fit both my hands on either side of the screen while they're still in my field of view. So for me, it doesn't actually change much. It just makes it even narrower and takes up like more of my horizontal space. But yeah. Like, the big thing I'm concerned about with this whole AI thing has less to do with the capability of AI and with like the fact that it is destabilizing an already unstable economy, which has basically been fucked over by like the what do you call it? The like the 90s generation. And if that works for you, that works for you, man. I'm more worried about the economic impacts of AI companies and like the giant instabilities in the job markets that have been coming as a result of AI, and the fact that it is occurring in a time where the economic situation is already pretty shit, right? Like, housing has been fucked over for like since 2008. What do you call it? Job security has been shit. Social services have been shit. Like, the UK fucked themselves over with Brexit. The EU has been having problems with like all of their own stuff, and like the Greek economic crisis dragging everybody else in the EU down. Then there's the whole situation with like the Middle East blowing up. There's the stuff with friggin' so there's the whole shit with like the aging population of a bunch of different countries. There's the whole, okay, the pandemic fucked people over for like 2 years. There's like a whole bunch of stuff where there's been like increasing issues with the general affordability of just living on this damn rock. that like the AI, I think they said somewhere. So I think there was like a statement somewhere where if you take out the AI economic growth from the US, like from the US's growth, it suggests that the economic situation there is like far worse. So like if you without AI US economic there's been the whole issue with like private equity going and shitifying everything. There's the what do you call it? Say there's like every single major company and shitifying itself. So yeah, basically, my bigger issue when it comes to AI has nothing to do with the fact that I mean, technically it is AI is going to take our jobs, but it's more that AI considerably worsens the already precarious economic and social situation we're in, and it would be so much better if all these people who are pining over AI girlfriends would be able to spend all of this immense resources on something that's actually useful, right? Like, what happened to all the billionaires wanting to go to space? Like, that was at least cool. Like, what the fuck? Why did you all get into, like, making porn bots? Like, going to space was cool. Like, hell, if we'd thrown as much money at space stuff as we were into this AI nonsense, we would be on fucking Mars by now. Or hey, even if we aren't going to Mars, maybe we would have had nuclear fusion. That would have been cool. But no, the big oil is fucking shitting on any sort of nuclear shit. Like, honestly, I swear, if big oil wasn't such a huge problem in economics, we would have such cheap energy. Because the only reason why we don't have more nuclear right now is fucking fear-mongering from the fossil fuels industry after Chernobyl. Chernobyl fucked up because the Russians completely fucked up their plan. With the amount of regulation that exists, yeah. But yeah, what's it called? The thing is, nuclear energy is significantly better than coal. We could have had so much renewable shit. We could have had all of this stuff. I'm really hoping Donut's battery is a real thing. That would be cool. It would be something to be happy about, right? But like right now, all it's looking like is just like bunch of dumbasses. Technically, we already have flying cars. Like, the technology exists for it. It's just that we don't have people who could actually use the fucking flying cars. We have drone taxis, we have flying cars. The technology exists. That's fine. Nobody gives say that's fine. That's not the problem. The problem is we do not trust anybody to fly those fucking cars. There is no... Yeah. They're like the only thing stopping humans from having flying cars is the human part of the problem. It's a pedcac issue. Was perhaps more hack. Um. Um. Hmm. Together. No. For any planet. Of the at the L. No, we won't. That's the thing. Electric cars are already pretty much just as good as gas cars. Electric trains are just better than fossil fuel trains. The only thing that isn't as good yet is the ships. That's it. And hey, if Donut's battery is real, then electric cars will be flat better than, like, absolutely flat better than, gas cars. If you're wondering what I'm talking about, Donut's battery, it's a big thing that's been popping up in the EV world. This company out of Finland. So, yeah, planes and ships are the two areas where electric vehicles aren't as good as fossil fuel ones, and ships is kind of a technicality, right? So, with planes, batteries have less energy per kilogram, and also when you burn fuel, your weight goes down. Not so much with batteries, which means that for planes specifically, fuel is significantly better than batteries, which means electric planes are probably not going to be great. But you can transition planes to renewable energies in other ways, usually by using non-fossil based fuels. Things like biogas and whatever. There are ways to create planes that use renewable fuels. Planes, there's not really a way of doing that. For ships, the thing about it is that yes, ships with batteries are not as good with as ships with like normal engines. But here's the fun thing. There is actually a way you can do electric ships that is known to work and is perfectly fine. The militaries have been using it for a long time. It's nuclear. But yeah, technically you could do nuclear ships and that would be good. But of course, that runs into the problem of ships having accidents, yada 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 yada. But yeah, perhaps eventually something will be worthwhile for, but like even if we just wiped out even if we just got rid of all the cars and transitioned like infrastructure level electricity off of fossil fuels, that will already be a massive benefit for the planet. It would reduce electricity prices massively. There's all sorts of benefits to doing a green transition. The only reason why people think a green transition would make things worse, like, you don't need to change everything all at once. That's the other half of the thing, right? A lot of people say, oh, if we get rid of all fossil fuels, then don't get rid of all fossil fuels. Get rid of the shit that like actually worthwhile getting rid of, right? Get rid of coal-fired power plants. Replace that with nuclear or solar or wind or whatever else. Oh no, so planes will stay fossil fuels for a while, or they'll shift to like biogas or whatever. That's fine. No, figure out what works there. Then we have the issue with then oh no, ships will travel too long. Okay, fine, whatever. We don't do ships. We do like all the cars. Like electric cars are already great. Get rid of all the polluting cars. Plastics industry could be gone. Honestly, the thing that I hate the most, beyond everything else, is the fucking people who are scaremongering about GMOs, because the problem with GMOs has nothing to do with health. The problem with GMOs is fucking Monsanto and like those assholes, which is a completely separate thing. It's a corporate issue thing, like a moral issue. Nothing to do with health. And I think if GMO technology was more widely accepted and more companies could get into it, Monsanto wouldn't be a problem. Likely as the right. Yeah, already planned. Okay. 1 second. My throat is. Throat. No, I still have about 1,500 words to do. Hopefully I can get it done today. But yeah. Simon, I have a question for you. Have you ever considered learning how to cook? I feel like anybody who enjoys food and drink should know how to cook. Cool. But yeah. Like, basic life skills like that is something that you should invest in. Easily. Yeah, get some rest. Yep, get some rest, man. But waiting. Oh, good is the there. Hmm. Phone. Um. Reason to come down from the but no doubt would prefer to see them special. Going in uh, mm, mm, uh, um mm, he is sudden. Both the solidly dark. They Uh, uh, hmm. uh, uh, hmm, see. Something that was difficult to believe. News of the coalition victory against Opus had been uh, uh, not Canopus. These are Sinians. Uh, mm, uh, for death, the second fiddle in that. No doubt. There Find out how would be any of even with the plans under your order. While the make use and of any the variant attacks from the inner sphere map from these inward front problem, especially while dealing with the recovery of be better and especially with the ongoing with NIOPS. With being shifted. Hmm. Uh, 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 hmm, uh, that, that part of the report means something. Uh, being to focus trial medical support. Uh, so we need to uh, need to focus more on medical, the medical. As they were reminded of the uh, 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 of the talking yes, uh, the slave had not been obvious, um, had been quite hard on them, captives, especially those who hadn't required the to perform hard. Um, being uh, uh, that will act good. That will or that, that will weaken our position. Um, then or a particular good place to begin mm, 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 uh, let's that'll weaken our position for negotiation. And we are in a particularly good place to begin. As much as often to Marion, the Marion, before they realize, before they realize they like the they like the bugs. We manage to if we don't deal with the existing problem, any victory will be undercut. Colonel Victus Coalition. Then Fiverr. years. Older, heard. Gabriel argued. By the time we get back, back to Mario and Eve. That by the time would even be ready for counter attack, even assuming our best projection, our most favorable projection is simple. Is that the is that we'll have gotten relative to the gotten used to. They will be more aware of the problem at home than will be about the more distant threats. But might be able to counter some of that by marrying her just as involved in the won't all that much a pre-planned mission. This isn't like the Gabriel. Remember, the only the Canopus, the capture went as smoothly as it did was because um because of the Lyran. All the more focus. Getting the to agree Uh, okay. Um. Uh, Still haven't been to. Still that. I have. There are too many things. Several. Would say don't see the Marion. There to be us bigger problem. Uh, until we have properly identify be able I doubt they'll able to figure out that if not, but with our entities order more peace some of somewhat you have uh, 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 assuming get the get streams open flowing forward to south and cruise with the that would push her timeline back one. Would it really? is person take the range, especially for an attack. We have the lead. The obvious. The logistics of gathering to the invasion of something. Oh, it would be a problem. Not to mention the fact process would for link special such skill for our act. Not to mention would take together together, of course. It still has reasonably deep offers. Not that. Especially since we are already effort to the we can have that said, if we are willing, if it means if Canopus might, the Canopian medical aid would allow offset a sum of to defray some of the issues with diversity likely through local. Uh, some people. Yes, so, be able to prove our own Who am I vote for? That's not enough for that. That can there's really not much else to be done. Just need to mean with things. We have we can garner local. Have time, can you out. Uh, our plans so far have basically depended on dealing with the realistically our best the people who we have been with. They likely only care about the limited. But our bargaining tools will be at you know they want we can what we can offer Hmm. Realist. It's too. It's there. It's because there's a local demand from there. Outside, perhaps. Not much. If we from local buy some oh, okay. I'm gonna do a thing because so I'm going to download the save file. I hope you've been having fun. Okay, so I'm gonna grab that. I'm also gonna download a second copy. And this one I'm going to edit because I very recently changed the text for this. And I have the updated text in the perks for this, but it's not in the thing. So if I put this here, save that, we're going to roll. Oh, that is okay. That's a really big perk. Let me see. Why is this suddenly not working? Okay, that's good. But that is a huge perk. So I made this, which is a roller for like. Basically, the idea is you can give a character a power that has to do with building stuff. There are some support powers in there, but the general idea is that they make stuff. They make power. Say they make like technology, they make magical artifacts, whatever it is. Like, they are the infrastructure kind of thing. They make shit. Um, and I've uh, been testing it. As you saw from the other role, so if you take a look at this is the backup, right? So you can see from the backup, this one was malformed. So I've written this story to test this, so that I can fix things like this, or add missing perks, or adjust roll rates, or whatever. Like, for example, this perk is one of many perks, one of a bunch of perks that I've added that cost nothing. And what this does is it adjusts the way that points accumulate, so that you are more likely to roll higher, more expensive perks. And yeah, so I've been writing this story to test that, and as of right now, I think. Okay, I'm gonna step out for just a moment because I need to use the restroom. But yeah, this has been going for a while. I'm currently building up my backlog. I've got about almost 10 chapters. Well, I've got 8 chapters that I've posted. Actually, is it 9? 9, yeah. This is the 9th chapter. I've got 8 that I haven't posted, plus this one that I need to finish up. I aim for about 1,500. No, not 1,500, 4,500 words a chapter. And this story is also to help me. They force me to improve on my dialogue, which is what this number is about. I have a little script that I wrote that counts only the words inside quote marks, so only dialogue, and that's how I determine when Jun gets another perk. And yeah, okay, I'm gonna be right back. Yeah. Anyways, I'm gonna be back in just a second. Stepped on some keys. Okay, so let's get back to writing this, but yeah. Print. As they felt urgent, carefully, and as another vision. Thankfully, the vision that struck them was mm, 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 hmm. Hmm. Okay. Uh. Um. Uh. Mm, mm, uh, uh, mm, only making mm, green dice. Force play. Alright. I'll send the message back to and get caps and great. Thankfully. Pretty. There. The other party have the able to become I was racing productions, but um, um, but to do and one uh, uh, um, uh, 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 mm, um, uh, 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 mm, mm, I'll see if that's can make available. I'm sure. Uh, uh, there are people back home that first rather than email. From what I've heard of what feel with the local. Touch through mm, uh, uh, mm, uh, uh, mm, uh, let's see. Mm, the excitement would be another uh um it would cut the response from the well, would I clean mm, uh, 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 um, uh, slightly, uh, slightly be arriving quite close to their. There was only so much about their current that could refine without that addition. Even you it had fortune that mostly time in the experiment with the results of was another of rare paths. It was another example of the five, of which only a duplication ability could. So, was a true example. Um, hmm, hmm, Uh, uh, Rare example of the class 5. Visions are technically the sometimes debated if the ability they received well. But those had always connected other visions fail as they might have. Had been keenly it was by focusing on a project oh, could they could effectively they could trigger the activity the oracular ability allows seemingly divine solution to just issues X. Granted. A slash your industry is getting patched. That I will be applying to this you know how to overcome the logistical proceed your challenges that would prevent you from operating a grand scale. Upon rereading it, definitely as worded, believe it would you know how to source or say source or source the ingredient the required material agent or any technology you know how to and how to deliver enough product to any project. Granted, those requirements might be and how to fill those that production to meet any level of demand. Materials and components. So yeah, you can see what I mean by fixing like this existing as a test story, because I had not realized that I had made that ability so powerful until I saw it in the context of the story. It did have its the ability by itself did not solve. So did not grant them any knowledge. It did not grant them any. This is in sorry that this is in JavaScript, just for the purpose of having this super easy to run locally. Basically, with the way I have it set up, so if I go back here, with the way I have it set up, you it's just these two files. Well, just these three files. And if I go, so if I click on this MOC HTML file, it just works locally. Like you don't need any, like as long as you have a browser, it'll work. So the so that's why it's in JavaScript. Did the whole thing from scratch. I'm not one of those weird people who uses like frameworks for basically everything. But yeah, I originally did it in like C with WebAssembly, but then that required running a local server in Python to actually be able to use it locally. But now it's just a few static files and any browser runs it just fine. So now if someone wants to load up a previous release, that's super easy. Hmm. Oracular ability allowed Jin to. Honestly, I feel like JavaScript gets a bad rap because, like, like, I understand why people prefer TypeScript and stuff, but like honestly, as long as you're good about it, JavaScript is really easy to write, and it's like one of the most portable programming languages. It's like one of the easiest ways for people to get into programming that I can imagine. It's like JavaScript and Python. Like between those two, I don't actually know which is easier to learn programming with. Because like Python is kind of easier if you're doing like a project big enough that requires packages because I hate Node. Um and at least in my opinion, JavaScript is one of the better like it's super easy to see things, right? Like it's basically got like a whole GUI interface built in. It's like based in HTML, which is super easy to learn. So I can't imagine. I don't know another language that is that easy. Uh, yeah, but I don't know another language that is that easy to get into like GUIs with. Like I guess technically you could say that okay, you can do like GD script or something where it's part of a game engine, but you're working with the entire game engine at that point. With JavaScript, it's like super cross. It's super easy to move from system to system as long as there's a browser installed. You have like the full ability to run it, and yeah, it's like really convenient. Python, I think, is better if you're doing like command line utilities. But for a lot of people, having that like super visible GUI interface is really nice. Uh, 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 mm, uh, mm, mm, uh, uh, mm, uh, mm, mm, it's uh, the ability by itself did not grant any. Uh, 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 and while it was immense, grant them um, any new, uh, rather it seems that any, uh, so the ability, seemingly could not create any new insects. Rather, it uh, uh, mm, To be able to somehow access any broadly any extent information. The ex just access somehow gather availability and accessibility data on regardless of distance or any other simply thinking about how to acquire thinking about their latest latest plans to reduce the latest plans for EVA equipment spawned an intricate web of sourcing networks and industrial of suppliers and natural oh, hold on, I've been cardboard for a while. transport. That would enable them to produce enough of the transport lines to outfit higher population. Probably. The Lothario and but that, however, brought into focus the other next. The such an endeavor would require completing if impossible. Such as monopolize, such as somehow monopolize the carbon in outputs of several large space. That likely already supplied. Least supplied armor and you while the vision did show so yeah. While the ability was something that would take far more than it could bring. The end did, however, grant significant to the number of the or several the information did, however, new Lyran, or the Lyran Commonwealth, or the Jesus. Even The information did, however, grant significant insights into production. Information that can a significant effort to gain. It would have been an impressive data set, intelligence, not for the fact that already that the only way to trigger ability was your call. It was still incredible using planning or design for designs for nuclear. The intention to create a nuclear arc for the had been enough to divine the approximate is of pain for several. where the divine that glean some insight to the same into the production to the effort. Um, while the customers are having large in empire. Pure scale, a scale of the Orient. Right. It wasn't enough to it, determine size words, but it was but what information was and had no doubt that Nopus had sent with what they um um uh, sorry. Given um but with the uh and there were definitely not to mention the existence of Operation Refine. The soul. Also, But the okay, we're wrapping up now because there is a section I need to write regarding the so it was also enough information for Jun to be at least somewhat aware of the gaps that had got Greg. He was almost certain that the given what they now Arjun was almost certain that Nopus had a stockpile their own. But given the limited impact such things would have, the ability to improve long-term throughput, the ability did not pick up. Despite the despite being able to grant knowledge of the production facilities for such devices, the fact that any existing stockpiles would not contribute to the sustained throughput of a pipeline for such, say for the nuclear that Jun was agent had no idea of the scale Hmm. Uh, uh, hmm. Uh, the scale of stockpile any of the other that these production line if Opus had a new and certain did the vision could not any installment was that Jim knew that the in a nucleus was not a rebel as well by. Okay, there, we're wrapping up now. Wait on. Yeah, okay, just a second more. At least those experiments had at least the experiment. Um, uh, 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 leave around it. We are now there were only 2 days. They would uh, Okay, let's. We've got about 500 words to do the starting setup. Bye.